Hello everyone, and welcome to a highly intense challenge for Digimon World. My name is Jesse. My Digimon's name is GA968, and I answered the first two questions in a way where Gabumon would be my starting Digimon. The first question, do you have a Digivice? How you answer that question determines what the second question is going to be. If you say yes to having a Digivice, then you get asked if you prefer day or night. If you say no to having a Digivice, then you get asked if you have friends, and how you answer the second question determines which Digimon you start off with. The two options are Agumon and Gabumon. If you say you prefer day to night, then you start off with Agumon. If you say you prefer night to day, then you start off with Gabumon. If you say that you have friends, you start off with Agumon. If you say you don't have friends, then you start off with Gabumon. Usually I aim for Agumon to be my starting Digimon because I consider him to be better. But sometimes, depending on what challenge I'm doing, it can be preferable to start with Gabumon, and in this challenge I chose to answer the second question so that Gabumon would be my starting Digimon, because for this particular challenge, having Gabumon as my starting Digimon was my preference. The reason for that is because when you start the game, normally you would go to the native forest and defeat Agumon so that you then recruit him and have access to other parts of the game. But in this particular challenge, I actually have to lose to the Agumon, and in order for me to manage that, I prefer to have Gabumon as my Digimon because I find it easier to lose to the Agumon in the native forest if I have Gabumon as my Digimon as opposed to Agumon. So that's why I picked Gabumon. And instead of going to the native forest straight away, I'm training my brains, and I'm going to train it until my brains gets up to 400, so that I have the defensive command. Reason for that, it will make losing to Agumon much easier. It will be much easier to lose to Agumon if I have the defensive command, and that requires a minimum of 400 brains. So I'm training my brains until I get up to 400. I'm not feeding Gabumon, but I am taking him to the toilet when he needs the toilet. I will also rest sometimes to try and avoid the sweat bubble. I will let him sleep when he wants to sleep, and I will also be retrieving meat from Tanemon, who works on the meat farm, and I'm going to lose to Gabumon 3 times so that I lose all 3 of my lives, and then start over again with a baby Digimon. It's random which egg I'm given, and so it's random which baby Digimon I will end up with, and for this particular challenge I need the egg to be the pink one, because I need Yoramon to hatch from it, who will Digivolve to Tanemon. So that's something which is luck-based, which I will need to succeed at. So I will have to save before losing... well, save before getting defeated by Agumon, because I need for the egg to be the pink one, and if it's not the pink one, then I can reload and get beaten by Agumon again, and keep going until I end up with the pink egg. Since I'll have the defensive command, there isn't really any risk of me winning against Agumon, but I will save before I battle him each time, and that's because when I get defeated by Agumon and lose a life, there is a chance of me then Digivolving to Barkamon, which is something that I don't want to happen, because Barkamon will have better stats, which means that it will take longer to get defeated by Agumon. So I don't want to Digivolve to Barkamon, so I will save before getting defeated by Agumon each time, just in case of the risk of me Digivolving to Barkamon. And if I do Digivolve to Barkamon, then I will have to reload and get defeated again, and make sure that I don't Digivolve to Barkamon. And then when I'm down to my final life, when I get defeated for the third and final time, there will be no risk of me Digivolving to Barkamon, but there is the risk of me not getting the pink egg. The chances of me getting the pink egg are only 1 in 4, so statistically I'm more likely not to get the pink egg. So that's why it's important to save before losing my final life, because statistically it is unlikely that I will be given the pink egg. Statistically it should take more than one try in order to end up with the pink egg. And the reason why I need the pink egg is because this is a Tanemon Solo challenge, where I will be aiming to get as many prosperity points as possible while only using Tanemon as my Digimon. Yes, that's right, I'm going to be using Tanemon and In-Training Digimon. And that might immediately seem impossible, but please hear me out. The first reason why it might seem impossible is because you would normally only have an In-Training Digimon for about 24 hours before it Digivolves into a rookie Digimon. However, with Tanemon, it is possible for her to not Digivolve, depending on your stats and your weight. If your weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, so if your weight is either under 10 or over 20, and if your attack is your highest stat, if your attack is superior to the rest of your stats, then Tanemon won't Digivolve. In order for Tanemon to not Digivolve, you need for your attack to be the highest stat, and you need for your weight to not be within the range of 10 to 20. If you fail at either of those things, then your Digimon, Tanemon, will Digivolve to a rookie Digimon. But by having your weight at either less than 10 or more than 20, and by having your attack as the highest stat, Tanemon won't Digivolve, and so it is possible to go, well, once you Digivolve from Euromon to Tanemon, it is possible to go the entire lifespan without Digivolving, and with Tanemon being your only Digimon, it is possible to, fade away as Tanemon and have the whole lifespan as Tanemon. So that's how you prevent Tanemon from Digivolving, but the next serious obstacle is how weak Tanemon is, along with all of the In-Training Digimon and Baby Digimon. Tanemon's only attack is Bubble, which is extremely weak. I think the damage on the chart shows as being 10. To make a comparison, Spitfire, the weakest fire technique, is 66, which is more than 6 times powerful than Bubble. Bubble is an attack that moves very slowly, it's very easy to block, and Baby Digimon and In-Training Digimon don't get finishes. I think the Bubble attack that they use effectively is their finish, so the finish gauge doesn't fill up, you don't get, like, a more powerful attack. Bubble is as good as it gets. I don't think it's possible for Baby Digimon or In-Training Digimon to block attacks. And due to how, feeble Bubble is, you're unable to do any kind of serious damage with your attacks, and when you train with a Baby Digimon or In-Training Digimon, the stat boosts that you get are lower than the stat boosts that you get when using Rookie Digimon, Champion Digimon, Ultimate Digimon, and on the whole, I think Baby Digimon and In-Training Digimon also take more damage than what senior Digimon would take, rookies, champions, ultimates, and the Bubble attack doesn't inflict any kind of status harm, so there's no chance of you inflicting poison or confusion or paralysis or flattening or anything like that upon an opposing Digimon. And in this challenge, I aim to get as many prosperity points as possible while only using Tanemon, so that means using Tanemon for all of the battles that I'm going to be up against. That includes the weaker of Digimon, like Agumon, Palmon, Kunamon, but then it also includes the less feeble Digimon, like Miramon, Birdramon, Greymon, and Olgamon, and it includes the elite Digimon, like Machinedramon, Metal Greymon, Megadramon, Digitamamon, Devimon, Piximon, Mumemon, Metal Mumemon, you name it. Any kind of progress has to be done with Tanemon, so all of these Digimon have to be defeated with Tanemon, with Bubble being the only attack that we've got. So that is going to be a serious obstacle, and is going to make this challenge a really intense challenge. The reason why I'm going to be getting defeated by Agumon is because if I was to defeat the Agumon with a Digimon different to Tanemon, then I would be going against the rules of Tanemon Solo, so that Agumon has to get defeated by Tanemon, so I'm choosing to get defeated by the Agumon with Gabumon as my Digimon, so that I will lose my lives and I can then start over with a baby Digimon, has to be Yoramon, Digivolve to Tanemon, and then I can start to make progress with the challenge. I am collecting meat, as you can see, but I'm not giving it to Gabumon. The reason for that is because I'm reserving it for my next lifespan, where I will have Yoramon and Tanemon. I want to be able to feed Yoramon and Tanemon. I want to avoid care mistakes and be the best tamer that I can realistically be, so I want to have as much meat as possible, so I'm collecting meat, but I'm not giving it to Gabumon because I'm reserving it for Tanemon instead. Well, and Yoramon as well, because I will have Yoramon for a number of hours before it digivolves to Tanemon. I chose to save because my brains was close to being 400. I only needed to train it a few more times in order to get my brains up to 400, and I could then battle the Agumon, and that is what I did. However, I ended up digivolving to Barkamon after losing to Agumon, so I then stopped recording and reloaded so that I could try again and hopefully not digivolve to Barkamon. So I'll let Gabumon use the toilet first, and then I'll be going up against Agumon. I will pick the defensive command so that I will stand still and not attack. When Agumon uses Spitfire, it's best to just remain on the spot and take the attack and hopefully not block it. And when Agumon uses Sonic Jab, if I have good timing, then I can pick to attack so that I go to attack with Sonic Jab, which is the technique that Gabumon's got, but I will do it at a time where I will get hit by Agumon's Sonic Jab and take damage, and I won't hit Agumon with my own Sonic Jab. So I picked defensive. Yeah, see that? I picked attack, but I did it in a way where I started to attack after he had already started to attack, and his Sonic Jab then hit me and did damage, but my Sonic Jab didn't hit him. With Spitfire, just stand on the spot. With Sonic Jab, do the timing right, so that I hopefully take damage from his Sonic Jab, and don't hit him with my own Sonic Jab. And obviously I won't be using finishes. Almost there. HP's under 100. One more Spitfire might do it. Never mind that. One more attack will do it, regardless of whether it's Spitfire or Sonic Jab. There we are. Unfortunately, this Agumon doesn't appear to use any finishes. If he did, then it would make getting defeated quicker and easier. But he seems to just have Spitfire and Sonic Jab and no finishes. Okay, that time we didn't Digivolve, and we made progress by losing a life, so I choose to save before going into the second battle against Agumon. And you see I had to reload again. It was a good thing that I did save, because for the second time after losing to Agumon, I ended up Digivolving to Barkamon. So I had to reload again and get defeated again. So here we are for round 2. And the rules are the same. So that will be 2 lives down, just 1 more left. So just 1 more battle needing to happen. The risk of Digivolving to Barkamon afterwards will no longer be a risk. But there's a different risk, that being the risk of us not being given the pink egg after losing our final life. So I will save before the final battle with Agumon, but I chose to rest a couple of times to bring us up to the time that Agumon wants to sleep, which is now. I then save and sleep here. When we wake up, it will be a new day, which means that there will be more meat available from the meat farm. So the only reason why I rested and then slept was just to bring time forward a bit, so that when I start over with a baby Digimon, I will be able to get 3 extra pieces of meat, because sleeping took us through to the next day. So that was just done in the interest of trying to make our meat stretch a bit further. Okay, that's us defeated for the 3rd and final time. Spitfire does more damage than Sonic Jab, but with Spitfire there's the risk of us blocking it, whereas Sonic Jab, I was able to do things in a way where I wasn't blocking Sonic Jab and I was taking the full damage from it. So Spitfire and Sonic Jab both had their advantage and disadvantage. But it didn't take too long for us to get defeated, what with us having the defensive command and with poor stats, with the exception of our brain stat. And I think you might have noticed that after I slept and saved, I didn't reload. Reason for that was because I was fortunate enough to have gotten the pink egg on my first try. So here we are with Yoramon, and I speak to Tokamon, who gives us a handful of items, and I chose to wait until then before retrieving those items, because when you get defeated in battle, if you have a certain number of items, then you end up losing items when you get defeated. I think if you have 5 or 6 items, then I think it's a guarantee that you'll lose at least 1 item when you get defeated. So instead of being given the items by Tokamon and then getting defeated by Agumon and having the risk of losing items, I thought it made more sense to only have meat in my inventory when losing to Agumon, not losing the meat, and then collecting the items from Tokamon after getting defeated by Agumon all 3 times, so that I've then got the items and they're safe, because I don't need to get defeated anymore. Technically, I didn't have to get defeated by the Agumon and move on to my next lifespan by losing all of my lives. Technically, I could have just waited until my Digimon faded away, so I could have, Digivolved from Gabumon to a champion Digimon, and possibly from a champion Digimon to an ultimate Digimon, and, just waited until fading away, and, moving on to the next lifespan that way. But it was a lot quicker to just get defeated by Agumon and lose all my lives and move on to the next lifespan that way instead. So we've Digivolved to Tanemon, and the stat that I'm currently working on is my attack. I need that to be superior to the rest of my stats in order to not Digivolve, as well as making sure that my weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, and in this instance that will be achieved by having my weight under 10, because I'm only feeding meat to Tanemon, which I think only boosts your weight by 1, and then when you allow for Tanemon going to the toilet and sleeping and stuff like that, my weight is going to consistently go down. So I'm going to not have my weight within the range of 10 to 20 by having it below 10. So my attack is 71, which means that it's superior to defense, speed and brains, providing that they are all under 71, and it's superior to HP and MP, providing that they're under 710. But since saying that, I have trained my attack further and gotten it up. Attack is very valuable as it is, because the higher my attack is, the more damage I'm going to do when attacking Digimon in battles, but in this challenge it's particularly powerful. I mean, it's particularly important because I need for it to be superior to the rest of my stats in order to stop myself from Digivolving. I need my Digimon to stay as Tanemon so that I can do this challenge, which is a Tanemon Solo. I will be training other stats though, and one of the reasons for that is because of the gym upgrade that you can do by training at the gym with either a baby Digimon or In-Training Digimon. When you have a baby Digimon or In-Training Digimon, if you train on the same piece of equipment, I think it's 10 times, then the stat boost that you get from training on that piece of equipment gets increased. You would have noticed that when I first started training my attack, it went up by 7, but then the increase went from 7 up to 8, and that was down to me training on the same piece of equipment the adequate number of times with Yoramon and Tanemon, a baby Digimon and In-Training Digimon, and I'm now training my speed until the piece of equipment gets upgraded and the speed boost that I get from training gets increased. I think that to upgrade each individual piece of equipment at the Green Gym, you have to train on that individual piece of equipment a minimum of 10 times with either a baby Digimon or In-Training Digimon. Normally you wouldn't be able to upgrade the entire gym in just one lifespan, because usually you would Digivolve to a rookie Digimon before being able to train enough times. But thanks to the Tanemon glitch, which makes it possible for Tanemon to not Digivolve, we are able to fully upgrade the gym in just one lifespan. We're able to do it all with Tanemon by using the Tanemon glitch, which we are going to be using throughout this challenge to ensure that our Digimon will remain as Tanemon. You can upgrade every piece of equipment at the Green Gym. Attack, defense, speed, brains, HP and MP. However, in order to upgrade your brains, in order to upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts your brains, I don't think that can be achieved by training brains. I think that in order to achieve that, you have to train your MP instead. And when you train MP until you upgrade the piece of equipment and boost the MP increase that you get from training, you also boost the brain increase that you get from training. So I think upgrading the MP also upgrades brains as well. So you only have to train on 5 of the pieces of equipment: HP, NP, attack, defense and speed. And the stat boost that the increase of the stat boost that you get when you upgrade the gym, it is permanent. So the improved stat boost stays, but you can only upgrade each piece of equipment once. So once you upgrade it, you can't go any further with that one piece of equipment. So far I've upgraded attack and speed, and now I'm going to be working on HP. This is the one challenge for Digimon World where MP is completely useless. That's because Bubble doesn't cost any MP, so you don't need any MP in order to attack, and therefore MP is completely useless and has no value in this challenge, so there's no point in training MP. I do have to train MP at some point in order to increase the boost that I get from training brains. And that is something that I do get around to doing, but I have other priorities that I'm more focused on. Such priorities are making sure I have enough HP in order to survive against the Agumon in the native forest, as well as making sure I have enough attack and speed in order to defeat him, and also make sure I've got enough brains in order to have the attack command, because that should result in Tanemon attacking a lot more quickly and frequently. I am working on my HP, attack and speed. I haven't yet made any progress towards defense or brains, but that's something I will get round to, and the whole of the Green Gym will be upgraded, but not necessarily in one go, because of the priorities that I've got and, you know, the order that I wish to do things in. You have to remember, I don't have access to any shops at the moment, so apart from the meat that I get given from Tanemon, I don't believe I have access to any items. And when I, battle Agumon, it would seem that the only HP recovery items I've got are the ones that I was given by Tokamon, which includes 3 small recoveries and a restore, and that has to see me through for the whole of the Agumon battle. And I know normally Agumon would be a cakewalk, but under these restrictions the battle is a lot more difficult, because I'm going to be fighting him with Tanemon, with Bubble, and due to the added restrictions that come from using an In-Training Digimon, Agumon is going to be much harder than he would normally be. Here I start training brains, and this won't upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts brains. But the reason why I'm training brains is not to upgrade the piece of equipment, but because I want to get my brains up to 100, and instead of training MP to upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts your brains, and then training brains, I decided that time was tight, and so training MP to upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts brains was something that I was to put on hold, and instead I was to just train my brains to get it up to 100 to learn the attack command. Because I was thinking about the Agumon battle. I was worried about how far my meat supply would stretch. I wanted to be able to have access to the native forest and other parts of the game so that I could, collect alternative food items such as Digimushrooms, as well as having access to the Amida forest and recruiting Centauramon and Colamon and Betamon so that I would have the item shop and the clinic. The item shop so that I could buy HP recovery items, and the clinic would be useful as well. So, I did want to defeat Agumon within a certain amount of time of having Tanemon, so the upgrading of the brains was something that I thought would be put on hold until later on. I just wanted to get 100 brains as quickly as possible, and simply training brains would result in me getting my brains up to 100 more quickly than if I was to train MP first to upgrade the brains and then train brains. But obviously it's not all about brains. I wanted to have the attack command, but there are other stats as well. So it's not a case of get my brains up to 100 and all my work is done. There is other work that does need to be done. I just wanted to get my brains sorted. You'll notice that when Tanemon first signals for food, I don't necessarily feed her straight away. Reason for that is because when your Digimon starts to signal for food, you have up to an hour and a half to feed your Digimon. That's how long the food bubble remains for. So there isn't any harm in training one more time before feeding your Digimon, because training once only passes an hour, so I'd still have half an hour in which to feed Tanemon. So brains is one away. Instead of training brains more, I can simply train defense, because that will get my brains up to 100 and boosts my defense by a tiny bit as well. Takes a tiny step towards upgrading the piece of equipment that boosts defense. But instead of focusing on going further with my defense, I instead returned to training in HP, because my HP was very low. Up until this point, I had always taken Tanemon to the toilet as soon as she started signalling for the toilet, but with maximum discipline, she would hold on for over an hour, which means that if I wanted to, if my discipline is in the maximum, then when I'm training and Tanemon first signals for the toilet, I wouldn't have to take her to the toilet straight away, because I could train one more time, pass an extra hour, and she would still be holding on, and I'd be able to make it to the toilet in time. So instead of having to go to the toilet every 3 hours, it would be every 4 hours instead. Discipline is in the maximum, so that's an opportunity that was available to me. And I decided to pause from HP and train my attack. Reason for that was because my HP was catching up with my attack, so I stopped training HP. But initially I continued to train HP, but then I ended up Digivolving, so I then reloaded, as you saw, and I then went no further with my HP and trained my attack instead, because HP overtaking my attack resulted in a Digivolution, so I then reloaded and then continued to train my attack to make it more superior to the rest of my stats, so that I could then continue to train those stats without them overtaking my attack. I needed my attack to stay in the lead in order to stop Tanemon from Digivolving. I was aware that by this stage I had only upgraded HP, attack and speed, but I hadn't forgotten about the rest of the stats. I was just prioritising the stats that I considered to be most important at the time. I was thinking about the Agumon battle and then what I would have ahead of me after that. So the upgrading of the whole of the gym wasn't an option that was available to me at the time because of my desire to focus on attack speed and HP. I want to do my best to be a good tamer, by, feeding your Digimon and taking it to the toilet and avoiding tiredness and letting it sleep. By doing all of those things, you are avoiding care mistakes and you are, keeping your happiness and discipline as high as possible. And those things have a positive outcome on your Digimon's lifespan. So I wanted to be the best tamer that I could realistically be, so that happiness and discipline were as full as possible, and I would have the longest possible lifespan. That would mean more time that I could devote to training, recruiting Digimon, and making any sort of progress that could be made. With my attack at 200, it would be, 221, it would be safe to get my speed up to 200, and safe to get my HP up to 2000. After this, I've only got 2 meats left, so food is becoming a limited resource. I don't want to wind up in a position where I'm unable to feed Tanemon, because that would be a care mistake and it would have a negative impact on happiness and discipline and my lifespan. So I didn't have a tremendous amount of time before needing to defeat Agumon and granting myself access to being able to collect Digimushrooms, so they have the potential to be used as alternative food items, and also being able to recruit Colamon and Betamon, so that I could purchase meats from the item shop that they set up, as well as other items as well. HP recovery items, for example. I've said that MP is completely useless in this challenge, which means that MP recovery items are also completely useless. HP is extremely important though. Okay, we now have no meat left in our inventory, but we can go to Tanemon and collect today's supply of meat. So we're back up to 3, and I believe that the next day is only 5 hours away, so we'll be able to get more meat in the near future, but we are definitely running low on meat. I haven't gotten my speed up to 200. I now return to training HP, which also boosts my attack, albeit by a very modest extent. So when we wake up, we're only going to have 1 meat in our inventory, plus however many pieces of meat Tanemon gives us. But we're not going to have access to any more meat for the rest of the day. So it looks like we are down to our bare bones when it comes to food supply. Well, a trip to Tanemon is now needed in order for me to be able to feed my Digimon anymore. So I'm tying that in with a trip to the toilet. Three pieces of meat, and this is all we've got for the rest of the day. And I then decided that now is the time to try my luck against Agumon. So here we go for our first battle with Tanemon as our Digimon. just about scraped through, but that wasn't an easy battle by any means. I chose to battle him there and then because I was mindful of the time and Colamon, because I think it's the next hour when Colamon shows up for the first time, and he's there for a number of hours, I think. And I was, keen to be able to speak to Colamon today so that I could use him to make it across to the tropical jungle, and from there have access to the Amida forest, and also be able to recruit Betamon as well as Colamon himself, and Centauramon, of course. So I just came to the Dragon Eye Lake to collect an item, and I'm also on the lookout for Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms. And when I do go to the tropical jungle, the Amida forest is going to be a very significant place. And when I do go there, I want to have as much space in my inventory as possible because of items that I'm hoping to obtain from the Amida forest. Focusing on the battle against Agumon, I used all 3 small recoveries and wasn't far away from needing to use my restore, and it was a tough battle because my attack generally only did about 20 damage, and usually it only did damage if I struck him with my bubble while he was attacking. If he wasn't attacking, then most of the time he blocked the bubble, and that is a big problem with this challenge, that it's extremely easy for bubble to get blocked, and you want to strike them with your bubble when they are attacking, so that there's a guarantee of it doing damage and not getting blocked. During battles, sometimes Digimon randomly stand still when it looks like they're like daydreaming. They do it for a number of seconds, and if you attack them then it does damage, it doesn't get blocked. So that's a good opportunity to attack, as well as attack when they're attacking. But you need luck with timing, and in order to attack at the right times, it would be most doable if you have the defensive command, so you can pick defensive. So your Digimon stands still and doesn't attack, and then pick the attack command so that you attack at the best times, ideally when they are attacking, so that your bubble doesn't get blocked and it does do damage. But obviously that would require having 400 brains, which is not plausible at the moment. I'm keen to find Digimushrooms because they can be used as a meat alternative as a last resort. But more importantly, they can be traded with the Moldramons in Friesland, and in return you get medium HPs, which cost 500 bits to purchase, and they recover 1500 HP, and you can trade medium HPs with a different Moldramon and get a super defense disc in return, which you can sell for 2000 bits, which is the value of 4 medium HPs. So if you tell yourself that each Digimushroom is effectively 2000 bits, 4 medium HPs, then it makes collecting them very worthwhile. So that's why I'm eager to collect Digimushrooms, because of the money that I can make from them. And I'm also looking out for Happy Mushrooms because a Happy Mushroom is another item that needs to be traded with a Moldramon, and you have to trade all of the items with all of the Moldramons in order to recruit Moldramon, which means that a Happy Mushroom is a requirement in order to recruit Moldramon. So that's why I'm looking out for Happy Mushrooms, so that I can trade it with the Moldramon, thus make progress towards recruiting Moldramon. When I go to the Amida Forest, I want to, as well as recruit Centaurimon, I also want to obtain a Moldy Meat and a high speed disc, plus a Happy Mushroom if I don't find one beforehand. I have been looking out for Happy Mushrooms, I haven't had any joy yet, and if I don't find a Happy Mushroom before going to the Amida Forest, then I will aim to find a Happy Mushroom from the Amida Forest, as well as a Moldy Meat and High Speed Disc, along with any other items that I find which can either be useful for me to use, or if they're not useful, then I can at least make money from selling them. So here we go, and I'm not going to recruit Centaurimon straight away because of the items that I want to get from the Amida Forest. So I always choose the path on the left, then take every turn-in that's available to me. Defense disc can be sold. Keep going until I get to here, and then what I do next is determined by where the correct exit is, because at the moment I want to avoid the correct exit, so I need to make sure that the exit that I go to is an incorrect one. There's a high speed disc, so that leaves Moldy Meat and Happy Mushroom, and I do speed the video up since it's just much of the same over and over. Tanemon wants to eat, but rather than use a Digimushroom, my preference is to see if an alternative food item pops up. Okay, there's a meat, so that's an alternative, and the correct exit's the one on the left, so I need to use one of the other exits, which required getting shot, and then before I was able to use the exit, I then got sent back to the beginning because of how low my HP became. I can give Tanemon the meat that I found. That's instead of having to use a Digimushroom. Digimushrooms are a last resort, and I can recover my HP by sleeping so that I can then continue to proceed through the Amidah Forest. And most of it's going to be speeded up, just because it's much the same. It's just me doing much the same stuff over and over. So I speeded it up to try and make the video less boring and tedious. And once again, the correct exit's the one on the left, so I got shot again. Yeah, with the route that I use, the exit on the left I can go to no problem, but the exit in the middle and the exit on the right, I have to get shot in order to be able to go to one of those two exits. So when the exit on the left is the correct exit, I have to avoid it if that's not the exit that I want. If I'm not ready to recruit Centauromon, I've just left just to take Tanemon to the toilet, and I decide that it looks like I do have to use a Digimushroom. But then I return to the Amidah Forest and carry on. Yeah, when I don't want to recruit Centauromon, if the exit on the left is the correct exit, then I have to go to one of the two other exits, which requires getting shot. But the exit on the left I can go to no problem. So that's the exit that I will go to if it's wise to, but if it's not wise to, then I can't go to it. Okay, there's a happy mushroom. And so now I want the correct exit, which is the one in the middle, but in order to get to it I have to get shot. But now I can get to it and I can recruit Centauromon. Because after obtaining a happy mushroom, mouldy meat and high speed disc, I no longer had any use for the Amidah Forest, so then the aim was to recruit Centauromon, which has been done, and now from here I want to head back to the city while stopping off to recruit Colamon, and then return to the city from there. So the Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc, they're both items that are to be used with trades with the Moldramons. That's why I grinded for a Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc. As for the Mouldy Meat, that's to help with recruiting Frigimon. Because in order to recruit Frigimon, I have to go to Freezeland with a Digimon that can't tolerate the cold. I need the Digimon to get sick, and then that results in me getting rescued by Frigimon, which is the first step towards recruiting Frigimon, because after he rescues you, if you then return with a Digimon that can tolerate the cold and speak to him, he'll then join the city afterwards. And the fastest and easiest way to make your Digimon sick is by giving it a mouldy meat, Tanemon is a Digimon that can't tolerate the cold, so if I go to Freeze Land and give Tanemon a mouldy meat, then she will be sick, and then we will get rescued by Frigimon, and that will be progress towards recruiting Frigimon. So that's why I wanted a mouldy meat. Before, Colamon only showed up at set times, but once the bridge gets repaired, he'll be here permanently, and all you have to do is speak to him and he then joins the city afterwards. I need to speak to Yoramon about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon in order for me to be able to go further with the game. Yoramon isn't currently active. It's a number of hours before Yoramon will become active, so I'll need to pass a bit of time. And in order for Yoramon to mention about the invisible bridge, you need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points. I've recruited Agumon, Betamon, Colamon and Centauramon. That's 6 prosperity points. You get 1 prosperity point for a rookie, 2 for champions, 3 for ultimates. There are 3 champion Digimon who only get you 1 prosperity point, and this is because they aren't considered to be very useful, and these 3 champion Digimon are the 3 filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon. I recruited Agumon, who's a rookie, so 1 prosperity point. Betamon, who's also a rookie, so that brings it up to 2 prosperity points. Centauramon, champion, that brings it up to 4 prosperity points. Colamon, champion, that brings it up to 6 prosperity points. And I spoke to Centauramon there, but that's just so that Unamon will show up at the Mount Panorama. In order to recruit Unamon, you have to speak to him at Mount Panorama, and in order for him to show up at Mount Panorama, you have to recruit Centauramon and speak to him at the clinic, and then Unamon will show up at Mount Panorama. So that's why I spoke to Centauramon. Most of my money is going to be spent on medium recoveries, because I want to trade them for super defense discs, which will be sold for a large profit. One of the good things about this challenge is that you do get a 10% discount when you buy items, so you're able to get items a bit more cheaply, but that alone doesn't change the fact that this is a very hard challenge. Right, there's stuff in the item bank which I intend on selling. If I just put everything into the item bank and then just take out the stuff that I want to sell, MP floppies are useless, as is the medium MP. I'll sell the restore, plus one of the bandages. and medicine. I was given 3 meats by Tanemon. I used one of them, which would have reduced me to 2 meats, and then by buying 8 more, that put my total number of meats up to 10, which should be enough for the time being. Medium recoveries are needed. High speed disc is needed for a trade. I want the portable potty, and the meats, the digi mushrooms are needed for a trade, as well as the happy mushroom, and the mouldy meat is needed to help with recruiting Frigimon. And the bandage is to be used to treat Unimon at Mount Panorama. And then he'll join the city afterwards. Well, we need to pass a bit of time before Yoramon shows up, and we can pass that time by training. Sleep here, and then when we wake up, Yoramon will be active, so we just need to enter the area where Yoramon is, and then be told about the invisible bridge. I will continue to look out for digi mushrooms and happy mushrooms. Any digi mushrooms that I find will go towards Moldramon trades, and happy mushrooms, any more that I find, they can either be used for Moldramon trades, because in exchange for a happy mushroom you get a hair grower which can be sold for 2,500 bits, so something that you would make a bit of a profit from. Or I could just hold on to the happy mushrooms, since they boost your Digimon's happiness. They could be considered a useful item. I am heading to the Great Canyon from here and planning to explore beyond the Great Canyon. Before exploring the Great Canyon, though, I do need to go to the Overdale Cemetery first, because of Barkamon, who is a recruitable Digimon, and I can recruit him without any hassle, because all I have to do is talk to him. I don't need to get into any battles. So that's brought us up to 8 prosperity points. And from here we go to the Great Canyon and then Friesland. From Friesland, the plan is to head to the Misty Trees, but before that there is work in Friesland that needs to be done. There's Penguinmon who needs to be recruited. There's also the trades that need to be done with the Moldramons, and I need to give the mouldy meat to Tanemon to make her sick so that Frigimon will rescue us. And I believe that's everything that needs to be done in Friesland for the time being. So I'm gonna have the game of curling against Penguinmon first. I do usually win against him, but not always. That curling stone is a bit of a nuisance, because it's blocking some of my view. And that was not a very good throw. And it looks like my view has become even more obstructed. That's putting my stone towards the bad. Okay, I just barely survived there, but I am now losing. And I don't want to knock his stone into my stone and then knock my stone onto the bad spot. So we're only tying, and we've only got one stone left. Might I lose this? Might I lose this? No, Penguinmon's just done us a huge favour. Thanks, Penguinmon. Well, that was a bit nerve-wracking. Not the most convincing of wins, but we got there in the end, and that will put us up to 9 prosperity points, which, if you've recruited Palmon, I think that 9 prosperity points is enough in order for Tanemon to mention about a strange plant growing in the tropical jungle. But we haven't recruited Palmon yet, so that's not irrelevant at the moment. So all of our Digimushrooms are now medium recoveries, and from here I don't really care about Digimushrooms anymore, because the amount of money that I'm going to make from the super defense discs that I'm going to be selling is substantial, so much so that Digimushrooms have become small fry in my eyes, so I'm no longer worried about collecting Digimushrooms, because I no longer consider them to be worthwhile. That's the trading done for the time being, and very conveniently Tanemon wants to eat, so great opportunity to give her the mouldy meat, make her sick, and then she collapses and Frigimon rescues us and takes us to his home, which is not far away from the misty trees, so we've also been presented with a bit of a shortcut by being taken here. And Tanemon does need the toilet. I do have a portable potty on me, but I want to reserve that for when there's no other choice. Tanemon's discipline is full, so she'll hold on for a long time, over an hour. There is a toilet at the Gecko Swamp, so if we don't have too much bad luck with making it through the misty trees, then we should be able to make it to the toilet in time. Okay, that's good. We're not going to have any problems at all. We are able to go straight through on our first try. I don't have any current interest in battling Tanemon. Instead, I'm just cutting through the Gecko Swamp to Gear Savannah. There is some stuff to be done in the Gear Savannah, but before that I'm going to the Trash Mountain to recruit Sukamon and collect the old rod. And then I will return to Gear Savannah to start making progress with Gear Savannah. So that's 10 prosperity points that we're now up to. I won't be recruiting Patamon here and now, but Biomon and Electmon are recruits that should be easy enough to see to. This will probably take a bit longer than usual due to Tanemon's slow speed. And we get there. That's now 11 prosperity points. Ignore Patamon for the time being. And Alepmon will make it 12 prosperity points. The fact that I haven't defeated Otamamon means that I don't currently have access to the Volume Villa, but nonetheless I'm going to the secret item shop here in Gear Savannah to get Digimon cards that will equate to the value of 300 merit points, because I will eventually defeat Otamamon and have access to the Volume Villa. Uh, 30 points, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, and the rest needs to come from packs of 3. So let's see, 30, 60, 90, 110, 120, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210, 220, 230, 240, 255, 260, 275, 285, 290, 300. So everything below Demi Miramon can be sold. At 10, 15, 25, 40, 45, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 180, 190, 210, 240, 270, 300. So we've got the cards ready for later on. So I'm now going to cut through from Mount Panorama to the native forest, which will clear the boulders that are currently separating the native forest and Mount Panorama. And while I'm here, I will acknowledge the crop circle, which will be the first step towards recruiting Vademon, and I will aid Unimon, thus recruiting him, and that will bring us up to 14 prosperity points. Unimon is injured, so I think you either need to give him a HP recovery item or a medicine or a bandage, and we've got a bandage. That's what we will give him, and then he'll join the city afterwards. Tanemon needs the toilet. Good thing I held on to the portable potty. Now we can sleep. I'm still looking out for happy mushrooms, but I've said that I have no interest in Digimushrooms anymore. And we no longer have the item shop that was set up by Colamon and Betamon, but instead we have a far more impressive item shop which Biomon and Unimon are currently working at. The defense chip is a useful item, but I don't currently have use for it, so I'm putting that in the item bank. There are other Digimon that I have in mind, Digimon who I plan to recruit next, those Digimon being Palmon and Kunamon, and although they are the Digimon that I do plan to recruit next, it's not something that I'm going to C2 immediately, because instead there's some more training that I would like to do. So I'm training my defense to obviously boost my defense and also upgrade the piece of equipment, because I haven't yet upgraded defense. And when I do upgrade defense, that will just leave MP and brains, and upgrading MP will mean upgrading both MP and brains, but I'll only be doing it to upgrade my brains. But there are other stats which I plan to work on: attack, speed, HP, and brains. I do have some time to devote to training, because recruiting Palmon is something that needs to be done before we reach the end of day 15. The reason for that is because we need to have Palmon in the city on day 15, so that Tanemon will no longer be the Digimon working on the meat farm, and instead the rain plant will be available, because Tanemon would have planted it. And she'll also mention about the strange plant growing in the tropical jungle. That will result in there being the plant in the tropical jungle, and given it the rain plant will result in Vegemon being produced, who will then join the city. Yeah, before day 15 ends, you need to have Palmon as the Digimon who's working on the meat farm, so that Tanemon will be aside and the rain plant will be there for you to collect. So we can train until the latest of day 15, but then we have to recruit Palmon so that we can get the rain plant. And then once we're told about the strange plant that's growing in the tropical jungle, we'll be able to recruit Vegemon as well. We do need Palmon to give us giant meat at least once, because we need giant meat for Moldramon trades. And then when we recruit Vegemon, we need to buy a super carrot from him, because that is needed for a Moldramon trade. Until then, we can devote most of our time to training and getting our stats better. We can purchase meat from the item shop, but I think it still makes sense to make use of Tanemon for as long as she's the one working on the meat farm. Although on day 15 it probably wouldn't be a good idea to be given meat by Tanemon, because instead it would make more sense to recruit Palmon and be given giant meat by Palmon on day 15 instead of being given meat by Tanemon. And then hopefully on day 16 we'll be given sirloins, which will be sold. The giant meats that we get given, I'll need to trade at least one of them with a Moldramon. The others can either be traded as well, or they can be sold, and all of the sirloins that I'm given can simply be sold. And meat is the food item that I'm currently giving to my Digimon. And now that our attack is up to 300, we can now get our HP up to 3000. I thought I would train speed first though, because I get an increase of HP from training speed, so I thought train speed first, then HP. Speed has to stay below my attack, of course. And I think I finally realised that I didn't need to take Tanemon to the toilet every 3 hours, because my discipline would enable me to get away with only needing to take her to the toilet every 4 hours. Because that time I trained once more after she signalled for the toilet, but up to that point I had always taken her to the toilet as soon as she started to signal for it. Well, this time Tanemon also needs to sleep, so I don't want to train any more, because that would mean training while Tanemon wants to sleep, which would have a negative impact on happiness and discipline, and it might count as a care mistake as well. That's speed done for now. If I want to go any higher with speed, I'll need to go higher with attack first. And I also wanted to get my brains up to 200, so that I would have the moderate command as well as the attack command. I was thinking that if I was to pick the moderate command, then I would attack less frequently because I would run around a bit, and hopefully that might mean attacking at the right time more frequently. Because if I sort of stand still and attack, I think there's the risk that I'm just going to attack at the wrong times and my attacks are just going to get blocked. But if I do moderate and attack less frequently, then maybe I might attack when like the opposing Digimon is attacking, and so there's a better chance of me attacking at the right times so that I will successfully do damage and that my attacks aren't simply going to get blocked. So I was just hoping that it might result in me getting a bit luckier with attacking at the right time. Well, this is the last day in which it would be a good idea to be given meat by Tanemon. Tomorrow it would make more sense to recruit Palmon and be given giant meats instead. I still haven't upgraded the piece of equipment that trains brains. But I was aware of that, and it is something that does eventually get done. So that's moderate learnt. And that's our last meat. And I think a trip to the item shop is warranted, because I need to get meat, and the only way I can do that at the moment is by buying it from the item shop. we've entered day 15, so we have to recruit Palmon before today ends. We don't have to rush and battle Palmon straight away. We can leave it until later in the day, but we need to be careful because we need to recruit Palmon and then make it to where Tanemon is so that we can help ourselves to the rain plant and make sure that we collect giant meat as well from Palmon and do that before the day ends. Ah, happy mushroom. Lucky us. Now, from here, I am heading towards where Palmon is. However, before battling Palmon, I'm actually going to battle Kunamon, as I would like to recruit him first. Because of the shortcut that he creates, and also he drops an MP chip which under these restrictions is completely useless, but I can sell it for 5,000 bits and then use the money to purchase some more Variuses ahead of the Palmon battle, because Variuses are going to be very important. And here we go against Kunamon. Well, that certainly took time consuming to a whole new level. Loads and loads of my attacks got blocked. Virtually the only ones that didn't get blocked were the ones that got used when he was attacking, or the ones that got used when he was daydreaming, or whatever it's called when the Digimon just stands still and looks like they're daydreaming, and they do it for a few moments, and if you attack them they don't block it. Our MP chip is completely useless, so that can be sold. Buy back the medium recoveries that I used. How many variouses? Get a fair few. 49 will put it up to 50. So I've got 50 variouses at the moment. Palmon is bound to poison me lots of times, so I can keep healing poison with variouses. And since it's still the first half of the day, I think if I train until Tanemon wants to sleep, then sleep, that way my HP will recover ahead of the battle against Palmon, and I'll have slightly better stats as well. Okay, that wasn't long until Tanemon wants to sleep. At the moment, I'm just working on the initial bits of the game, initial things that have to be done, and I'm trying to put myself in a position where in a future lifespan I will have a much better Tanemon with much better stats, and so hopefully I would then be in a position where I can do a better job in battles. So although at the moment my Tanemon is awful, the plan is for her to get better, but not in this lifespan. In this lifespan there's just various things that I'm aiming to do, and it's progress towards completing the game, but it's also progress towards being able to make myself better in a future lifespan. So do some stuff now where it's going to be a real struggle and I'm just going to scrape through, then fade away, then make some more progress, and then do various things which give me better stats and make my Tanemon better all round, and then be in a position where hopefully I'll cope better with the rest of the game, because at the moment I'm doing really badly. Anyway, we're in the second half of the day, so here I choose to battle Palmon. Well, that battle went a lot more smoothly than the Kunamon battle. Palmon was far less prone to blocking my attacks than Kunamon was. And I think I also got more lucky with the timing of my attacks against Palmon as opposed to Kunamon. So even though the battle against Palmon cost a lot of variances due to the high number of times in which I got poisoned, that battle wasn't anywhere near as bad as the Kunamon battle as far as time is concerned. I was at 14 prosperity points, but I've recruited Kunamon and Palmon, so I must now be up to 16 prosperity points. Trying to keep my medium HPs as full as possible because there's still plenty of trading left to be done with the Moldramons, and trading medium HPs for super defense discs is something that I have to do a lot more times so that I can get the necessary money which is needed in order to buy items which will prove to be very helpful. I'm mostly talking about HP recovery items. So I want to keep my medium HPs topped up so that they're available for exchanging for super defense discs, which can then be sold at a profit. Regarding status harm, obviously getting poisoned is bad, so too is getting confused or paralysed, but in this challenge, very unusually, very strangely, getting flattened could actually prove to be more helpful than unhelpful. I know normally you would want to avoid getting flattened because of how weak your attacks are when you're flattened, but the damage that you do when flattened is about the same as the damage. Well, in this challenge with Tanemon, the amount of damage that I will do when flattened is about the same as the amount of damage that I will do when I'm not flattened and I'm attacking with my bubble instead. One difference is that when I'm flattened, my attack actually moves more quickly and is therefore more accurate and has a better chance of hitting, and the opposing Digimon seem to be less prone to blocking it than my bubble attack. And I know that when you're flattened you can't block any attacks, but Tanemon can't block any attacks, or at least she doesn't appear to be capable of blocking any attacks, and that seems to be the case with all baby and in-training Digimon. Although when I become flattened and then when I unflatten, there is brief invincibility from when you're going from not being flattened to being flattened, and when you're going from being flattened to not being flattened. So what I'm getting at is that if I get flattened, then I don't necessarily want to use a various, and I don't necessarily want to prevent becoming flattened, because becoming flattened could actually be more helpful than unhelpful. And this has got to be the only challenge I've done where being flattened is preferable, well, potentially preferable to not being flattened. Just faster attacks, more accurate attacks, less chance of the attacks getting blocked, pretty much the same damage regardless of whether or not I'm flattened, 0 chance of me blocking any attacks regardless of whether I'm flattened. And brief invincibility when transitioning between being flattened and not being flattened, and vice versa. Now, despite the fact that Vegimon's joined the city, I can't be given any sirloins until tomorrow, because I was given giant meats today. I was given meats by Tanemon yesterday, given giant meats by Palmon today, and sirloins from Vegimon will have to wait until tomorrow, which isn't far away. Only an hour away, in fact. Well, getting my brains up to 400 is probably not on the cards, and I'm basing that on... What am I basing that on? Well, well, we're 11. Well, when I think about the amount of time, like the amount of active time that I will have during a day, and the training that I could do, getting my brains up to 400 is probably not on the cards, but getting my brains up to 300 is plausible, and that will give me the distance command, which could come in handy, because I could sort of try and pick distance so that I don't attack when the opponent isn't attacking, and when they do start to attack, or when they do come at me to attack, then I can then pick the attack command and hopefully attack when they're attacking, and then my attack won't get blocked. It'll end up doing damage. When you start the game, you begin on day 1 and your Digimon's age is 0, and so I get sort of used to the idea that my Digimon's age is 1 below what day it is, but then in this playthrough I didn't start with Tanemon because I started with Gabumon instead, and so Tanemon's lifespan didn't start until several days later, so Tanemon's age isn't 1 behind the day, it's several behind the day. So when it was day 15, I was thinking that Tanemon was 14, but actually she's not. She was, you know, several days below that. Well, in this lifespan, I plan on defeating Dramoljamon in the drill tunnel, as well as defeating Otamamon at the Gecko Swamp. And I believe that that's it for battles that I plan to do in this lifespan, and then I will fade away before making any further progress with any of the battles that might be available to me. The day's almost up, so we should probably grab sirloins before we forget. And help ourselves to a super carrot as well. We've already traded a Digimushroom and Happy Mushroom. We now have the ability to trade a super carrot as well. We've traded a high speed disc, and we have the ability to trade a giant meat as well. But we don't currently have a black trout. We've traded medium HPs, and when we trade the super carrot, we will be able to trade an Omni Floppy, because we will get an Omni Floppy from trading the super carrot, so we can use that Omni Floppy to trade with a different Emoljamon. And then the only other item that will be needed is a Digianchovy. So as far as recruiting Emoljamon is concerned, the only remaining items that we need to get are the 2 fish, Digianchovy and black trout. Digimon brought us up to 18 prosperity points. But the battles against Digivolving and Tanemon do have to happen, before Tanemon fades away, but I've been able to devote a fair bit of time to training because she shouldn't fade away until she's about 15 and she's currently 12. So I was able to, spend a fair bit of time training. We don't need to be worried about fading away just yet. Attack and speed are both at 400, brains 300, HP 3000, MP is completely irrelevant. Defense has some value, that's under 100, which is very poor. I've upgraded HP, attack, defense and speed, but I still need to upgrade brains. I need to defeat Tanemon so that I will then be taken to the Volume Villa so I can speak to the Shogun Gekomon, who will make it possible for me to make it to Cherrymon in the Misty Trees, and I'll also be able to get the Amazing Rod from Shogun Gekomon, which will make it easier to catch the 2 fish that are needed for Moldramon trades. And later into the challenge, I need to be able to catch Digi Basses, which is something that can't be done without the Amazing Rod, and I need to purchase black trouts in order to be able to catch Digi Basses, and although you don't need the Amazing Rod in order to catch black trouts, it is a lot quicker and easier to do so with the Amazing Rod. I also need to catch Seedramon later into the challenge. That can be done with either rod, but easier with the Amazing Rod. But the need for Digi-Seabasses makes the Amazing Rod compulsory. And as for Dremoldramon, I need to defeat him so that I can then speak to the other Dremoldramon about carrying dirt, but instead of agreeing to carry dirt, in this challenge the intention is to decline, so I don't do any dirt carrying, but within 5 days of declining he would have managed to dig his way through to the boulder which is blocking you from the lava cave. So I need to defeat the Dremoldramon so that I can speak to the other Dremoldramon about carrying dirt and refuse, and then in 5 days' time have access to the boulder which is blocking you from reaching the lava cave. Speaking to Cherrymon after speaking to Shogun Gekomon will mean that Toy Town will be available to us. And we've currently done all the progress that can be currently taken towards recruiting Frigimon. But this is, a Tanemon Solo challenge where the aim is to earn as many prosperity points as possible while having Tanemon as your Digimon and using Tanemon for all of the battles and recruitments. There is one exception, and that's the use of a different Digimon when a Digimon is compulsory because of something that physically can't be done with Tanemon, like recruiting Frigimon, for example. For me to be able to recruit Frigimon, I need to return to him with a Digimon that can tolerate the cold, but Tanemon doesn't tick that box, so I would have to return with a different Digimon and speak to Frigimon, have a Digimon that can tolerate the cold, and he'll then join the city. As for Toy Town and Worumutsimon, I have to defeat Worumutsimon with Tanemon, but in order to have access to Worumutsimon, I need to go to Toy Town with a Numamon and Digivolve to Muntsimon, and then speak to that robot Digimon so that he unlocks the door that leads towards Worumutsimon, and then in a future lifespan with Tanemon, I can then battle Moru-Muncimon with Tanemon, so there's the potential for me to recruit Muncimon, and it's also one of the areas where you have to speak to Tanemon. The boulder that's blocking Lava Cave, in order to move that boulder, you need either a champion Digimon or ultimate Digimon, so I can't move the boulder with Tanemon. I need either a champion Digimon or ultimate Digimon to do that. So that's something that I will use an alternative Digimon for, but it will only be to move the boulder. The battle against Miramon is something that's to be done with Tanemon. And also, in order for Greymon to show up, you need to have a certain number of prosperity points, and then you have to speak to Digimon when you have the appropriate number of prosperity points. However, if you speak to him when Tanemon is your Digimon, then it doesn't trigger Greymon. I think the game was designed so that you wouldn't encounter Greymon if you speak to Digimon with a Digimon who isn't considered to be appropriate to take on Greymon. So in order to get Greymon to show up, I would have to speak to Digimon with the necessary number of prosperity points with a Digimon who, with an alternative Digimon as my partner, so that it creates the opportunity for Greymon to show up, and instead of then leaving Digimon's house and getting into a battle with Greymon with the Digimon that I've got, I would have to use an autopilot to leave Digimon's house while avoiding the trigger spot for Greymon, and I would then have to avoid entering Digimon's house, because that would mean going over the trigger spot for Greymon, and so I would be in a position where I can't go into Digimon's house, and I would have to fade away and start afresh with a Yoramon, leave Digimon's house with an autopilot so I avoid Greymon, Digivolve to Tanemon, train her up, and then when the time is right, go to enter Digimon's house, and I would trigger the battle against Greymon. And I have the same problem with getting Digimon to mention about Mount Infinity. Normally you need to make it up to 50 prosperity points so that Digimon mentions about Mount Infinity when you talk to him. And then when you leave Digimon's house, you get into a battle with Airdramon. And talking to Digimon with Tanemon as my Digimon won't result in Digimon mentioning about Mount Infinity, so I have to talk to him when I've got an alternative Digimon, and I would have to avoid the Airdramon battle until I've got Tanemon as my Digimon. Tanemon being a data type shouldn't be able to enter Ice Sanctuary. That should be exclusive to Vaccine Digimon, but thanks to a glitch I will be able to enter Ice Sanctuary with Tanemon. However, Greylord's Mansion is a place that I can't enter with Tanemon because a virus Digimon is needed. And so, well, either I would have to... Well, there's no way of entering Greylord's Mansion with Tanemon, not that I can think of anyway. So either Greylord's Mansion would have to be done with a senior Digimon in order to recruit Skull Greymon. I don't think I'd be able to do any of it with Tanemon, or I decide not to do Greylord's Mansion since it can't be done with Tanemon and it seems pointless to do it with a different Digimon. And so that's 3 prosperity points that I won't be able to get because it won't be possible to recruit Skull Greymon. Apart from that, every Digimon should be recruitable in theory, and so 97 prosperity points would be the target if I'm avoiding Greylord's Mansion. If I'm not avoiding Greylord's Mansion, then 100 prosperity points would be the target. But anyway, we're fighting Tanemon, so let's focus on this. we're there with Tanemon, and that was something that needed to be seen to in this lifespan, so that in the next lifespan I would be able to go to Toy Town with Numamon, Digivolve to Muncymon, and then speak to the robot Digimon so that the door gets unlocked, which leads towards Moru Muncymon. So then in the future, with Tanemon as my Digimon, I would then be able to battle Moru Muncymon. Because when Tanemon fades away, the plan is to choose the pink egg again. So I start off with Yoramon, Digivolve through to Tanemon, but then the intention is to Digivolve to a rookie and then Numamon, and I need to defeat Drumoljamon before Tanemon fades away, so that with Numamon I can push the boulder so that I'll then have access to the lava cave with Tanemon. And I need to go to Freezeland with Numamon and recruit Frigimon by speaking to him. I did the first step with Tanemon, but the next step can't be done with Tanemon, so it'll be done with Numamon instead. And go to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncymon, speak to the robot Digimon, and then before Muncymon fades away, I have to make sure I speak to Digimon so that there will be the opportunity for me to battle Greymon later on when I have Tanemon as my Digimon. And Digi-Seabasses are going to be extremely valuable in this challenge, because with Digi-Seabasses it will be possible to prolong Tanemon's lifespan and stop Tanemon from fading away. That's not something that's going to be done in this lifespan. I will let Tanemon fade away in this lifespan, but later on I will in a future lifespan I will want to stop Tanemon from fading away, and to achieve that I will need Seabasses. So by feeding Digi-Seabasses to Tanemon, I can stop Tanemon from fading away, and I can use that time to train and get all of my, get my HP and attack to the maximum, so 9,999 HP, 999 attack, get my speed, defense and brains so that they are close to 999, get them up to at least 950 or so. MP is irrelevant but I will have most of my stats at the virtual maximum, and that will that will put me in the best position that I can possibly be in by having the best stats that I can have. That will put me in the best position that I can be in order to maximize my chances of succeeding at this challenge. So in Tanemon's current lifespan, the only other battle that I need to have is against Digivolving. And then in the next lifespan, where I will Digivolve to Numamon, there's a few things that are going to be done which can't be done with Tanemon, and those things will be done so that I will be able to recruit Digimon that I'm not currently able to recruit. You know, give myself access to the Lava Cave, give myself access to Wari Muncimon. So, do initial things with Numamon so that I can then have the battles with Tanemon and recruit Digimon that need to be recruited. And with Frigimon, it's kind of the other way around. I've already done what can be done with Tanemon, and I need a different Digimon to do the rest of recruiting Frigimon. I'm less sure about Greylord's Mansion, and that's because I can't see any way in which it would be possible to gain access to Greylord's Mansion with Tanemon as my Digimon. So if I was to recruit Skull Greymon, then it looks like I would be doing none of it with Tanemon and all of it with a senior Digimon. And I'm not sure I see the point in that, because although I'm using other Digimon for certain things, such as being able to battle Greymon, being able to battle Airdramon, being able to have access to the Lava Cave, etc., I'm still doing at least some of the work with Tanemon, but with Greylord's Mansion I would be doing all of the work with a different Digimon, it would seem. And the reason why I'm training MP is because it took me until now to decide to upgrade the equipment so that I will get bigger stat boosts when training brains. It's also putting my defense up very slightly as well. Frigimon, some of the work's been done with Tanemon, the rest will be done with Numamon. Lava Cave, the boulder will be moved by Numamon, but all the other work will be done with Tanemon. Greymon and Airdramon, I will use an alternative Digimon to create the opportunity to battle those Digimon, but I will battle them with Tanemon. It's just Greylord's Mansion, that's the one that's bothering me because of the fact that I won't be doing any of it with Tanemon. I kind of feel like that might be going against the rules a bit too much. But with the other Digimon, it's a case of I'm doing some of it with Tanemon. I'm not able to do all of it with Tanemon, so I do the bare minimum with an alternative Digimon so that I can do all the rest with Tanemon. But then Greylord's Mansion, it's a case of none of it can be done with Tanemon, so all of it will be done with a different Digimon. I got our defense up to 100 at least. Good thing about Digivolving, all of his attacks are close range attacks. So hopefully with good timing, I'll be able to hit him with my bubble so that it damages him and it's not just going to be a case of him blocking it. Vegemon brought me up to 18 prosperity points. Have I recruited any more Digimon since then? I defeated Tanemon, but there were no recruits made. Simply defeating Digivolving won't result in any immediate recruitments. I haven't recruited Moldramon yet. I'm just wondering if I've overlooked a Digimon. Can I reach from here? Not really. That's not very good. I need to move a bit closer. That's the Black Trout Court. The Digianchovy Court. Annoyingly, I do have to return though, as there does come a bit where I go to give an autopilot to Tanemon, and by mistake I give her the black trout by accident. Then I have to return and catch another black trout. So catching that black trout was kind of wasted because I end up having to go back to the Dragon Eye Lake to catch another black trout because I accidentally gave the black trout to Tanemon when I was meant to give her an autopilot instead. I eventually became victorious, but I picked up an injury from the battle. Instead of using an autopilot to go straight back to the city and get my injury treated, I chose to remain in the drill tunnel and speak to the Digimon that I need to speak to. Just speak to him, don't do the dirt carrying, and then in 5 days' time, he would have dug through to where the boulder is, and if I go there with Numamon, then he can move the boulder, and then with Tanemon as my Digimon in the next lifespan, I'll be able to access the lava cave. That's where I accidentally gave a black trout to Tanemon. I was annoyed, but I didn't want to have to battle Digimon again, so I decided to just carry on, and that I'd have to return to the Dragon Eye Lake to catch another black trout. So I'm going back to the Dragon Eye Lake to catch another black trout. I wouldn't have had to have done this if I had paid a bit more attention when going into my inventory, but we all make mistakes. Right, back to where we were. And I do use an autopilot that time. Right, Tanemon did take it. Don't really need the small recoveries anymore. Certainly don't need the sirloins. I chose to purchase 99 high-speed discs, and there was a proper reason for me doing that. I have no intention on using the high-speed discs in any battles, but I still chose to purchase 99 of them because there is a use for them, and that's that when in the, not the next lifespan, but the following lifespan where I'll be using Tanemon again, I will be, I think I already mentioned, I'll be using Digi-Seabasses to keep Tanemon alive, and Digi-Seabasses are quite prone to causing sickness, so I'm likely going to get sick a lot of times, and there's one Digivolving who will give you medicines if you give him high-speed discs. You could buy medicine from Tanemon in the clinic, but that would cost 1200 bits, or you could do what I did, buy high-speed discs for 500 bits, and then trade them for 99 medicines with the Digimon who wants high-speed discs, and therefore you get medicines but more cheaply. And I am heading to Friesland to go to the Digimons and do trading. I want to trade my medium HPs for super defense discs and my high-speed discs for medicines. And for the time being, well, in fact, for the rest of Tanemon's lifespan, I'm pretty much just going to be going to Friesland, trading with the Digimons, returning to the city with an autopilot, trading medium HPs for super defense discs, selling the super defense discs, repurchasing medium HPs, and just repeating the process, and then using the money to buy useful items, mostly HP recovery items, such as large recoveries, super recoveries, super restores, as well as other things like autopilots and portable potties. There's going to be medicines as well, of course. And for this visit, as well as trading the medium HPs and the high-speed discs, I do plan to also recruit Digimon, since I have the opportunity to. I believe that will bring us up to 20 prosperity points, and I'll then continue to make trips to Friesland, back to the city, back to Friesland, back to the city, trading medium HPs for super defense discs, and making as much money as possible. And that is pretty much what I'm going to be doing for the rest of Tanemon's lifespan. The only thing that I will say about recruiting Digimon is that by recruiting Digimon, he will open up the secret item shop in the city, which will result in Ninjamon spawning on the Digimon Bridge if I go to his trigger spot, and because of that I do have to make sure that I avoid his trigger spot, because I'm not currently prepared to battle Ninjamon. So that's one thing that I do have to watch out for. If I use Kunamon's shortcut, then I can get to File City, to the Digimon Bridge, to Tropical Jungle, and vice versa, but I wouldn't be able to go down to Kunamon's bed, because I would end up getting into a battle with Ninjamon. If I want to go to Kunamon's bed, I'll have to go the long way around, and from Kunamon's bed I wouldn't be able to go to the Digimon Bridge and then to the Tropical Jungle or to the city via the shortcut, because I'll end up getting into a battle with Ninjamon. So that's something I have to be mindful of. Now, I traded the Digi-Anchovy and the medium HPs. Once I trade the Black Trout, the Moldramon will join the city, so I need to trade the high-speed discs first before I trade the Black Trout, thus recruiting Moldramon. Well, I can't really grumble there. Moldramon recruited 99 super defense discs and 99 medicines, plus a bit of money to use for other items. I'm going to have to make a lot of trips though, because all the items, they are going to total to a lot of money. Well, I chose super recoveries because Biomon sells them, but I don't think Unimon does, so I wanted to make the most of the opportunity to buy something from Biomon while she was there. An item that I don't think I can buy when Biomon isn't there. We've got 99 variouses: defense chip, brain chip, ice mushroom, happy mushroom, 99 medicines. We're almost there with the super recoveries. We need 99 large recoveries and 99 super restores. The super restores are 9,500 bits, so 100 of them would be 950,000 bits, minus one lot of 9,500, since it's 99 that we need and not 100. That's is that 940,500 minus the 10% discount that we will get. Whichever way you look at it, it's going to be extremely expensive. And I chose to speed the video up because from here onwards it's just more of the same. It's just me travelling from the city to Friesland, trading medium HPs for super defense discs, returning to the city with an autopilot, selling the super defense discs, buying back the medium recoveries, and then using leftover money to purchase other items, which at the moment is, well, if it's Biomon, then I want to purchase the other 11 super recoveries, and then 99 large recoveries, and then when it's Unimon, 99 super restores. I do go back to normal speed if something significant happens, like me collecting an item, or feeding Tanemon, or letting Tanemon use the toilet, or letting Tanemon sleep. But for the most part, when I'm travelling to Friesland, the video is going to be speeded up. It's just, if it's just me doing the same thing over and over again, I thought that by speeding the video up, it would be less boring and less tedious. So that's why I took the liberty of speeding the video up. When it comes to using items, I'm not actually interested in medium HPs, and I'm certainly not interested in small recoveries. Where my stats are going to be so good, I'm only going to be interested, but when it comes to HP recovery items, I'm only going to be interested in large recoveries, super recoveries, and super restores. Any other HP recovery items are considered to be small fry in my eyes. So I'm not interested in items that recover 500 HP or 1500 HP. I'm interested in items that recover significantly more HP. Large recoveries recover 5000 HP. Super recoveries and super restores recover 9999 HP. And super restores also bring you back to life if your HP falls to 0. Um, 99 variouses, I've got that already in the item bank. And once I recruit Monochromon, I will want to buy 99 protective floppies from him. He sells protective floppies. They stop you from sustaining status harm in battles. You've got variouses which heal status harm, and protective floppies which prevent status harm, stop it from happening. You can buy them from Monochromon. So once I recruit Monochromon, I will want to max out on protective floppies. They're 1200 bits each. 100 would be 120,000, but I'm going to buy one less, and I'm going to get a 10% discount as well. Even with those reductions, it looks like it's going to be over 100,000 bits. The super restores are probably going to be about 850,000. So super restores plus protective floppies, we're probably looking at the best part of 1,000,000 bits. The super defense discs sell for 198,000. The medium HPs, allowing for the discount, cost me about 45,000 bits. Minus that from 198,000. I think that's a bit over 150,000. Although there's also the cost of an autopilot every time. But I would say roughly each trip to Friesland I'm making a profit of about 150,000 bits. So about 7 trips should rake in, I think, slightly over 1,000,000 bits. Well, I don't know if it's possible to enjoy watching me just do this over and over again, but the fact that I've speeded the video up means that it's more bearable than it would be if I didn't speed the video up. And this is what I'm going to be doing either until I reach the amount of money that I'm after and purchase the items that I'm after, or until I fade away, whichever happens first. If I fade away first, then the money grinding is something that I still won't be completely done with. I think I'm right, though, about having 20 prosperity points, because Frigimon would make it 22, Monochromon would make it 24, and I'm sure I remember having 24 prosperity points when letting Muncymon fade away, so that I could then move on to the next lifespan with Tanemon, where I would be aiming to virtually max out my stats, as well as having loads of really helpful items. The money grinding isn't difficult, it's just boring and tedious, and I did take the liberty of saving after every 2 or 3 trips, just in case the game was to freeze or there was to be a power cut or something. I didn't want the progress going to waste. Got about 500,000 bits, so we're definitely doing a good job. Our money is definitely going up. On the Digimon bridge, I always ran downwards to begin with, just to check to see if there was a blue apple there. Because I like blue apples. I like happy mushrooms as well, plus ice mushrooms. So, yeah, those were items that it would have been nice to have stumbled upon. So I was always on the lookout for them, just in case. When you do recruit Moldamon, the last Moldamon that you do the last trade with is the Moldamon who joins the city. And the Moldamon who joined the city was the one who gives you medicines in exchange for high-speed discs. And I always make sure that that Moldamon is the one who joins the city, because once when a Moldamon joins the city, you lose the ability to trade with that one particular Moldamon, whereas the other two remain in Friesland and you can continue to trade with them. And the Moldamon who gives you medicines for high-speed discs, I value him the least when it comes to the trades that he offers you, the items that you get, the items you have to offer and the items that you get in return. I value him the least, so that's why I always make sure that I do all 3 trades with the other 2 Moldamons first, so that they're not the ones who join the city, and the Moldamon who is the one who joins the city is the one who I value the least when it comes to the trades. By losing the opportunity to trade with that one particular Moldamon, I feel like I'm losing less than what I would lose if I was to lose the ability to trade with one of the 2 other Moldamons. This one is extremely valuable because of the money that you can make by trading medium recoveries for super defense discs. The other one, I like the fact that you can get medium HPs for Digimushrooms, plus the fact that you can get a Digivolution item, a hair grower, for a happy mushroom. And Super Carrot for an Omni Floppy is a good trade as well. As for the Moldamon that was recruited, Giant Meat for Autopilot is a bad trade, you make a loss from that. High Speed Disc for Medicine, well, that's a good trade. You do make money from it, but not a tremendous amount. And then Black Trouts for Restores, that is a very good trade, but catching 99 Black Trouts would be highly time consuming, and although you would make a lot of money by trading Black Trouts for Restores, it would be much quicker to just do things the way I'm doing them. That way you'll make a lot more money a lot more quickly than if you were to catch black trouts and trade them for restores. Finally, Unimon is the one working. Make sure I buy the medium recoveries first. Super restores. Well, I want to make sure meat and autopilots are topped up as well. Super restores 85. But then with the discount I can buy another 8, putting me up to 93. And then another 1, putting me up to 94. So I only need 5 more super restores. Including the discount, that will cost about 45,000 bits. The protective floppies would probably put it up to about 150,000, so 2 more trips to Friesland would definitely be adequate. Possibly... oh, we're fading away. I was about to say 1 or 2 more trips. 2 would definitely be enough. But unfortunately, we got cut short because Tanemon ended up fading away. And we're now moving on to our next lifespan. Eventually, I'm going to Digivolve to Numamon. But there is some work to be done beforehand. And I don't want Tanemon to Digivolve to a rookie until the time is right. So... after Euramon hatches, I do make sure that my attack is superior to my other stats. Now, I do make sure that I train my attack so that it's superior to my other stats, and that my weight isn't within the range of 10 to 20, so that way I can put on hold Tanemon's Digievolution until the time is right. But I also do it so that once the time is right to Digivolve, I won't have to do much training in order to Digivolve. Because although I make sure my attack is the highest stat, I make sure that there's one stat which isn't far behind. I believe speed is the stat that I choose. And I think I have it so that I literally only have to train speed once, so that when the time is right to Digivolve, all I have to do is train speed once, and then I will Digivolve. And you'll notice that I didn't take Euramon to the toilet. I just slept and had Euramon mess on the floor while sleeping. And the reason for that is because I want the Virus Scourge to only be 1 away from being full, and the reason for that is because it will come in handy much later into the challenge. There will come a point where having the Virus Scourge only being 1 away from being full will be very helpful, but we are talking a long way off, so I don't want to comment too much on it at the moment, but I will refrain from taking my Digimon to the toilet, and I will have my Digimon mess on the floor, and it will be in the interest of filling up the Virus Scourge and having it so that it's only 1 away from being full. And I am actually done training for the time being, attack is the highest stat, but I only have to train speed once in order for it to overtake. So when the time is right to Digivolve, it won't take much time in order for me to Digivolve. I'll just have to train my speed once. In the meantime, my plan now is to try and recruit Monochromon, so I'm going to the Great Canyon to work at the Monochromon shop, and I'm aiming to reach the target profit that you have to reach in order for him to join the city, because before I Digivolve, I want to recruit Monochromon, and obviously I have to do that with Tanemon. So I've done things so that she won't currently Digivolve, which will give me time to recruit Monochromon, but once Monochromon has been recruited, I can then quickly Digivolve to a rookie by training my speed. But yes, at the moment, it's all about Monochromon. I need him for his prosperity points, and I want the protective floppies as well that you can buy from him at the item shop that he works at after you recruit him. My focus was entirely on Monochromon, so I don't focus on feeding Tanemon or taking her to the toilet or letting her sleep or anything like that. My sole aim was to succeed at the Monochromon shop, and my first try ended unsuccessfully. In other words, I didn't reach the target profit. That's the only way that you can fail. When you work at the shop, either you reach the target or you don't. Second try was also unsuccessful. If you reach the target, Monochromon joins the city. If you don't reach the target, Monochromon doesn't join the city. That's all there is to it. But getting the necessary amount of profit is a lot easier said than done. My third try also goes to waste. You have to rely heavily on luck in order to be successful. You have to, a lot of it comes down to which customers you get, which item they ask for, how they respond. That was another unsuccessful try. You don't have any control over what customers you get or what they ask for, so a lot of it is just about luck. I mean, if they ask for nothing but meat, then you've got no chance of reaching the target. Here's a dodgy customer. Got a sour portable potty for the maximum price, so not a bad start. Oh, the dodgy customer again. Ooh, medicine. Could be in... Oh, and I sell that for the maximum price as well. Could be in business here. Here's an okay customer, but it's meat, which is a terrible choice. Meat you make barely any money from. Portable potty you make some money from. Medicine you make a lot of money from. When a customer approaches you, you have three choices. You can either raise the price or keep the price the same or lower the price. And in order to have any... I'm pretty sure that in order to have any chance of succeeding, you would have to raise the price. I don't think it would be possible to reach the target without raising the price. There are 5 different steps you can raise the price by. When it comes to meat, I just keep the regular price because it's worth such little money that I don't want to split hairs over meat. But when it comes to portable potties and medicine, I do like to raise the price. With Goborimon and Muchomon, I raise the price by all 5 steps. I raise the price to the maximum. With Gotsumon, I raise the price by 2 steps. And with Weedmon, I raise the price by 1 step. I consider Goborimon to be the most easygoing customer. He's the most willing to pay a high price, which is why I like to charge him the maximum. Weedmon is, for me, the most difficult customer, the least willing to pay a high price, so I only raise the price by 1 step for Weedmon. Gotsumon isn't as bad as Weedmon, but isn't as good as Goborimon, so I tend to raise the price by 2 steps. Muchomon just seems to be entirely unpredictable no matter what you do, and so I usually choose to raise the price to the maximum because how Muchomon responds seems to be the same regardless of what I charge, so I think it makes the most sense to just charge the maximum. That way, if he does agree, then you make a lot more money by charging the maximum than by charging less, obviously. And we're almost at the target. Portable potty, that can bring us to over the target. And it has. I don't know what the exact amount is. I think it's somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. So if you get a minimum of 3,100, then you're guaranteed to succeed. And having reached the target, rather than take my foot off the pedal like I sometimes do, I decided to continue to try and make the most amount of money possible because I wanted to see, what profit I could make it up to. My record is 4,860. So I was intrigued to see how well I could do this time. That brought it up to 4,345. Another customer, but it's meat, not going to make much money from that. 4,360. And that was the last customer. So 4,360, that is my second best score, and the second time that I've ever made it up to 4,000 or more. So not a new record, but still, you know, one of my best achievements to date as far as the Monochromon shop is concerned. And since I was already halfway to Friesland, I decided that instead of returning to the city, I would carry on and go to Friesland and do another load of trades with the Moldramon and then return to the city afterwards. Now I need to make sure I avoid the toilet. But it's not necessary. Tanemon is about to go to the toilet here, so I don't need to worry about the toilet that's in the next area. Oh, is that another ice mushroom? Can't grumble there. And with Monochromon, I'm now up to 22 prosperity points. Frigimon will make it 24. And then there's going to be no more recruitments for a long time because I have to do a lot of grinding. This is, you know, after Muncymon fades away. You know, after speaking to the robot Digimon, and then, you know, after Muncymon fades away, and I then start over with another Pink Egg, another Euramon, another Tanemon, I then have to do an awful lot of grinding where I will train my stats so that most of them are at the maximum or thereabouts, and due to the age that Tanemon will get to, I'll need to catch loads of Digi-Sea-Basses in order to be able to keep Tanemon alive. But most of that grinding is to happen off camera, so most of it you won't have to endure. And then when you see me after the grinding, HP and attack will be at the maximum, defense, speed and brains will be close to the maximum, and I'll have all the items that I'm after as well. Yeah, in this lifespan, I'm not interested in being a good tamer, and that's just because my intention is to Digivolve to Numamon. I don't plan to do any battles in this lifespan, so I don't see much point in putting in the effort to be a good tamer Well, we've maxed out our protective floppies. All we need is 5 more super restores and we're there. I go back into the city to see if it's Unimon. It's not, it's Biomon. But we do have enough money, I think, in order to get the remaining super restores. And I decide to do one final trip to Friesland, and that's just so that I've got a bit of money on me should I need it. I do plan to grind in a way where I will make use of the restaurant, which will cost money. So I just wanted to make sure I've got a bit of money on me should I need it. And I also, after returning to the city, I purchased another 99 medium recoveries and put them in the item bank. That way I've got medium recoveries in the item bank so that should I end up desperate for money, I can take them out of the item bank and trade them for super defense discs, make a profit from it, and I can then continue to do the money grinding for as long as it's necessary. So when Unimon is the Digimon in the item shop, I'd like to purchase the remaining super restores. Apart from that, I can't think of anything else that I need to buy. If we train our speed just once, have it overtake our attack, then we should Digivolve straight away. Before that though, I decide to wait until Tanemon goes to the toilet. Then I train, and we Digivolve. Palmon is our Digimon, and from here we want to Digivolve to Numamon. So the plan now is to simply pass time until Palmon Digivolves. I'll be passing the time by resting in Digimon's house, but as well as resting, I will also be aiming for Palmon to mess on the floor as many times as possible to help with filling up the virus scourge. I want her to mess on the floor as many times as possible, so because of that I choose not to let Palmon sleep and to just keep resting instead. That way she ends up messing on the floor more times, because instead of sleeping, I'm staying awake. So she ends up messing on the floor a higher number of times, and that helps with filling up the virus gorge. And since it's pretty much just me resting, I choose to speed the video up. You're not really missing a great deal. It's just me resting so that Palmon needs the toilet and messes on the floor, and just repeating the process until either she digivolves or the virus gorge is only one away from being full. So I'm working towards digivolving to Numamon and getting my virus gorge so that it's only one away from being full. And I'm passing the time by resting, but keeping Palmon awake so that she goes to the toilet a higher number times in the space of a day. And since my stats are all very low, my HP and MP are under 1,000, my attack, defense, speed and brains are under 100, I'm not fulfilling any of the Digivolution requirement, any of the stat requirements for any of Palmon's natural Digivolutions. Since I'm not feeding her, her weight will be at the minimum, and I don't think I will fulfill any of the weight requirements for any of Palmon's natural champions by having my weight at the minimum. Care mistakes are going to be high because I'm not feeding her, and also not taking her to the toilet. And I think that will mean fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Vegemon, but none of the other Digimon. Bonus conditions, I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that in order to Digivolve to a natural champion, you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements, because you've got stats, weight, care mistakes, and the bonus condition. I think you have to fulfill 3 of those, and by not fulfilling stats or weight, the most that you would be able to fulfill would be 2 requirements, the care mistakes and the bonus condition, and that alone I don't think would be enough in order to Digivolve to a natural champion, so I'm confident that I'm doing the right things in order to Digivolve to Numamon. Okay, the virus gorge is only 1 away from being full, so here onwards I don't want Palmon to mess on the floor. I don't want any Digimon to mess on the floor, so I do now need to take my Digimon to the toilet whenever they need to go. But I'm still aiming to pass time as quickly as possible so that I will Digivolve to Numamon, and I choose to continue to pass the time by resting. I don't want to train because I don't want to fulfill any of the stat requirements for any of Palmon's natural champions. So it's a case of continuing to rest, but this time letting Palmon sleep and taking Palmon to the toilet so I don't fill up the virus gorge and Digivolve to Sukamon, and and by sleeping I will pass the time a bit more quickly, so it won't take as long in order to Digivolve to Numamon. And I have also made sure to get sirloins whenever available because of the money that I can sell them for. Okay, we are Digivolving. And it is Numamon, and his first job shall be to clean up the city. So Numamon, time to get munching. There's one bit on the chair which I'm struggling to reach. So I decide to rest to see if that puts us closer to it, but I didn't have any joy, so I thought, okay, well, I'll just put that aside for a minute and just focus on other stuff as well instead. I clean up other bits of feces that are available, and then I decide to head to the drill tunnel to move the boulder. Because it's been at least 5 days since I spoke to the Digivolving, so he would have dug through to where the boulder is. Tanemon wouldn't have been able to have moved the boulder. You need at least a champion Digimon, so an In-Training Digimon wouldn't be able to do it, the same way that a baby Digimon or rookie Digimon wouldn't be able to do it. But by getting Numamon to move the boulder, Lava Cave will be available to us, and we can go there in the next lifespan with Tanemon as our Digimon, and Miramon will be there for us to battle. So that's that sorted. The next job will be to go to Friesland, recruit Frigimon, then from there go to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncymon, speak to the robot Digimon, and get the door unlocked so that Muncymon will be available to us, and we can battle him in our next lifespan with Tanemon. Before that, I choose to return to Gigimon's house and have another try with the bit of feces, and I do succeed that time. And well, Friesland, here I come, I suppose. It's a shame that we don't currently have Birdramon in the city, because that would save a lot of time with all of the travelling that we have to do. Birdramon for a quick way of getting to places, and autopilots as a quick way of returning from places. We have to settle with having to get everywhere on foot. We can return to the city quickly thanks to the autopilots, but when it comes to going to places, we have to do things the hard way. Sukamon's not quite done with making the world a cleaner place, because there are a couple bits of feces outside of the Monochromon shop, and there's one in Friesland as well, so I'd like him to clear those up. To recruit Frigimon, we just need any Digimon that can tolerate the cold. Numamon and Muncimon both tick that box. But since we have to pass Friesland in order to get to Toy Town, it makes the most sense to recruit Frigimon with Numamon, and then carry on, go to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncimon, speak to the robot Digimon, return to the city, and then it's pretty much a case of just passing the time until Muncimon fades away, so that we can then move on to our next lifespan, where we will Digivolve to Tanemon, have Tanemon as our Digimon, and the plan is to make as much progress as possible within that lifespan. There is the question of how successful can we realistically be, and the answer is we just have to try our best and find out. If we choose not to bother with Skullgreymon, then the best possible would be 97 prosperity points. Would we really be able to do everything in the game with just Tanemon? That's something that we will have to wait and see. When I do return to the city, I will pass the time by resting. I will rest at Gigimon's house over and over again to pass the time. When Muncimon needs the toilet, I'll take him to the toilet. When he wants to sleep, I'll let him sleep. I'll grab sirloins from Vegemon when they're available, because they can be sold for money. And I want to keep resting until Muncymon fades away. Every time I sleep, I want to save as well. And when he does fade away, I want to make a mental note of what hour he faded away on, and then I want to reload from when I last saved, which would presumably be when last sleeping. And that's because there's one final thing that I will want to do with Muncymon just before he fades away, and that's speak to Digimon so that it will trigger Greymon, and when I step on Greymon's trigger spot, Greymon will show up and I'll be able to battle him. Talking to Digimon with Tanemon won't trigger Greymon. I have to speak to Digimon with a senior Digimon so that it will create the opportunity for Greymon to trigger. I just have to step on his trigger spot. So just before Muncymon fades away, I want to speak to Digimon so that there's the opportunity for Greymon to show up if I go on his trigger spot, and then either once I speak to Digimon, I either want to stay in Digimon's house until Muncymon fades away, so that I can then start over afresh with a new Yoramon and Digivolve to Tanemon, or when I speak to Digimon with Muncymon, leave Digimon's house by using an autopilot so I avoid Greymon's trigger spot, and then fade away outside of Digimon's house. And when I do fade away and start over with Yoramon, I'll have to leave Digimon's house by using an autopilot so that I avoid Greymon's trigger spot. If I simply walk out of Digimon's house, then I'll get into a battle with Greymon, so I have to autopilot out of the city to avoid Greymon's trigger spot, and from there onwards I'll be in a position where I won't be able to enter Digimon's house without triggering Greymon, so I won't be able to enter Digimon's house. I'm just purchasing 10 hawk radishes and 10 super carrots because they'll come in handy in my next lifespan, because when I'm training Yoramon and Tanemon, I can use the hawk radishes and super carrots to boost the stat increase that I get from training. I was saying about with Yoramon and Tanemon, when I'm use an autopilot to make it out of Digimon's house, and then I have to stay out of his house, so I can't enter, so I won't be able to use the save machine, I won't be able to rest in Digimon's house, I won't be able to talk to Digimon. The only way I'll be able to save is by saving when sleeping. and I'll have to do loads of grinding, and when the grinding is done and I've got Tanemon and I am as good as I think I can get, I will then consider battling Greymon, whereby trying to enter Digimon's house I will trigger Greymon and then I'll be able to battle him. Speaking to Digimon with Muntzymon as my Digimon, that's what will create the opportunity for me to battle Greymon. Speaking to Digimon with Tanemon as my Digimon won't achieve anything, and there'll be no chance of getting Greymon to show up. I will have the same problem with trying to get Digimon to mention about Mount Infinity, which creates the opportunity for Airdramon to show up, but that is something I have accounted for, the same way that I've accounted for difficulties with creating the opportunity to battle Greymon. But there is a way around it. It'll be difficult, you know, having Tanemon and not being able to enter Digimon's house and having to rely on sleeping in order to be able to save. But we have to try and make do with that best we can. But Muntzymon's still young, so we're going to see plenty more days before fading away is on the cards. So all I can do is pass the time best I can, which I'm doing by resting and sleeping, taking Muntzymon to the toilet when he needs it, grabbing sirloins when they're available, speeding the video up to make it as quick as possible for you viewers and as least boring and tedious as possible. There is the clinic that we can rest at, but the chair in Digimon's house is closer to the toilet than the Centaur clinic. And someone's knocking on my door.
Did your Domino's come earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was I saying? My mind's just gone blank. I was saying something, but I got distracted and now my mind's gone blank, which is kind of annoying. Well, since I've already done all of the recording, and all I'm doing now is adding commentary while watching the video back, post-commentary, at least my recording can't get interrupted, it's just my commentary that can get interrupted. I was saying about the Centaur Clinic. Also, I think resting here is a tiny bit quicker than resting at the clinic, because of the difference in dialogue and the fact that when you rest here, when you're done resting, you're on the perfect spot, so that if you just repeatedly mash X, you continue to rest. But with the Centaur Clinic, after you rest, you are a few steps away from Centauramon, so you can't just mash X, you have to run over to Centauramon so you can speak to him again and rest again. So even though resting at the clinic is more effective when it comes to how much tiredness it takes away and how much HP and MP you heal from resting, when it's a case of simply resting to try and waste time, resting here the way I'm doing it seems to make more sense. And the ability to rest in Digimon's house is an ability that you don't have for the whole of the game. When you make it up to 50 prosperity points, the house gets upgraded and the chair is no longer there, so you can't rest. And even if you don't make it up to 50 prosperity points, recruiting Muncimon upgrades the house, as does recruiting Angemon. So there's a number of things that results in the house becoming upgraded, and in order to complete the game, the house getting upgraded is inevitable. I suppose the moral of the story is make sure you recruit Centauramon before the house gets upgraded, so that you've got the option to rest at the clinic should you need to rest, as the sweat bubble is a real nuisance. I believe Tanemon was 2 when we digivolved to Palmon, which means that we were probably 6 when we digivolved to Numamon. And with Muncimon as my Digimon, I have slept a fair number of times, so thinking we must be at the later stages of his life. I spoke to Yoramon so that he mentioned about the bandits at the Great Canyon. You don't have to speak to him with a specific Digimon in order for the bandits to get mentioned. Speaking to him with Tanemon would be adequate, but I spoke to him with Muncimon as my Digimon. I chose to sleep by Vegemon so that I could get today's supply of sirloins, and in the previous day I chose to save in Digimon's house because I was cautious of when he might fade away, but I was able to make it up to the following day without him fading away. But after continuing further, I then had to reload because Muncymon faded away on the next hour, which is only about 3/4 of an hour away. I've got today's supply of sirloins. I spoke to Digimon. I'm up to 24 prosperity points. I left his house with an autopilot, so I avoided the trigger spot for Greymon, but the opportunity to battle Greymon is now there. All I have to do is run onto Greymon's trigger spot and Greymon will show up. But since this is a Tanemon Solo, I will have to battle him with Tanemon as my Digimon, so I need to avoid the trigger spot for Greymon. In the meantime, I'm just making as many preparations as possible for my next lifespan. I've got a defense chip and brain chip, which will help with boosting stats. I've got Super Carrot and Hawk Radish, so that will make training more effective. And I can use them as food items instead of meat, which I put in the item bank, and sirloins, which I sold. And I also took out a happy mushroom and an ice mushroom so that I can get my happiness and discipline as full as possible, as early as possible. I've got the medicines ready should I encounter sickness from Digi-Sea Basses, or the happy mushroom, or any other way. And I'm literally just twiddling my thumbs until we reach the next hour. Here we are. Muncymon is now fading away. I will continue from inside of Digimon's house, and I can't just walk out because Greymon will show up and I'm not in any state to battle him, so I need to use an autopilot to leave Digimon's house while avoiding Greymon. The opportunity to battle Greymon will be available for me when I feel I'm ready. Until then, I have to continue to avoid the trigger spot. I don't mind refusal, that's an opportunity to boost my discipline by scolding. For the whole time that I have Tanemon, I do need my attack to be superior to my defense speed and brains, so I begin by training my attack to make sure that it's always ahead. Euromon wants to eat, so I'll use a Super Carrot that will satisfy Euromon's appetite, and I will now gain a bit more attack when training my attack due to the effects of the super carrot. The effects last until you eat something else. If I feed Euramon another super carrot, then the effects will stay. That's put defense ahead of attack. And brains is ahead of attack as well. But I have plenty of time to train my attack, so I'll make sure that my attack is superior to my defense speed and brains to ensure that Tanemon doesn't Digivolve. I have to stop Tanemon from Digivolving in order to be able to do this challenge. The other thing is that my weight can't be within the range of 10 to 20, so I either need my weight to be below 10 or above 20, and I can't have it fall to within the range of 10 to 20, because that will result in Tanemon Digivolving. This is after having Tanemon for long enough in order for her to Digivolve, of course. You have to have an In-Training Digimon for 24 hours before it can Digivolve, so it's not an immediate problem, but by the time 24 hours have gone by, I need to make sure that Tanemon's attack is her highest stat, and that her weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, and doesn't fall within that range at any point. It either has to stay below 10 or above 20, due to the amount of Digi-Seabasses that I'm going to have to feed Tanemon throughout this challenge in order to keep her alive, and the fact that Seabasses boost your weight by 4, it will be much easier to keep my weight above 20 as opposed to keeping it below 10. So that's how I will go about ensuring that my weight isn't within the range of 10 to 20. I will make sure that it's above 20 and stays above 20, instead of being below 10 and staying below 10. It'll be much harder to keep my weight below 10 instead of keeping it above 20. And I did feed a happy mushroom to Tanemon to boost her happiness, and there is the ice mushroom as well. This does mean that I'm not getting as much attack from training, but once here I am given the ice mushroom, and now next time I eat I'll make sure it's a super carrot, so that I'll then go back to having the full effect of training my attack. Since Tanemon's discipline is full, she'll hold on for over an hour before wanting the toilet, so I was able to train once more before stopping for the toilet. So here's the benefit of a super carrot, and from here onwards, when Tanemon wants to eat, I'm going to be doing things differently. I'm going to be making use of the restaurant. That's because I said that the effects of super carrots and hawk radishes last until you eat something else, but that doesn't include restaurant food. If you eat at the restaurant, then the effects from the hawk radish or super carrot will remain, and the Digimon working at the restaurant is Frigimon, and the most expensive food that Frigimon sells boosts your weight by 4, which will be very handy with trying to have my, get my weight above 20 and keep it above 20. It also boosts happiness and discipline and lowers tiredness, and the restaurant food boosts your stats as well. With Frigimon, the most expensive food boosts MP by 50, which in this challenge is completely useless, but it also boosts speed by 2, and although that's a very small amount, it will still help. So my desire is to eat at the restaurant for the weight gain that I will get, plus the fact that I'll keep the effects of super carrots and hawk radishes depending on what I last ate. It boosts my speed very slightly, and it helps with happiness and discipline and tiredness. And you're not going to see me do all the grinding. At the moment I am working towards trying to make Tanemon as good as possible, trying to get, good stats, trying to, get my Tanemon as, powerful as she can be. So the grinding has started, but you're not going to see me do all of the grinding. I'm just continuing for a bit, just with the initial training that I'm doing, as well as, eating at the restaurant and making sure that I'm doing things correctly with my stats and weight so that Tanemon doesn't Digivolve. And then once I think I've been going for long enough in order for you to get the idea, I then stop recording, continue grinding, and then I continue recording after all of the grinding is done, so I skip forwards by a large amount, and you will see me once all the grinding is done. Tanemon would have lived long beyond her life threshold, and her stats will be by far the highest stats that you've ever seen an In-Training Digimon have, and the items that we will have will be very useful as well. I was thinking about time, because Muncymon faded away. I then would have had Yoramon for 6 hours, and I feel like I must have had Tanemon for almost long enough in order for her to Digivolve, and at the moment my weight is within the range of 10 to 20, which means that once I've had Tanemon for 24 hours, which can't be far away, if my weight is still within the range of 10 to 20, then I will Digivolve, and I can't have that. My attack is currently the highest stat, which is great, but I also need to fulfill the weight condition in order to stop Tanemon from Digivolving. So here I force feed her some hawk radishes to boost her weight, bring it to above 20, so when the 24 hours have elapsed, she won't Digivolve because her attack is the highest stat and her weight is not within the range of 10 to 20. There it is at 24. Hawk radishes boost your weight by 3, super carrots reduce your weight by 2, the most expensive restaurant food boosts your weight by 4. I think using the toilet lowers your weight by 1 or 2. I think sleeping lowers your weight by 1 or 2. But by eating the most expensive restaurant food, my weight will gradually go up. It will be one-way traffic. Yeah, my weight will gradually go up, not down, and I'll be able to keep it above 20. But I do need to be careful. I need to make sure that I don't give any super carrots to Tanemon if there's the risk of my weight getting too low. So instead I'll have to eat at the restaurant or use hawk radishes, depending on my preference. Now I should only use super carrots if I can afford to lose the weight. Decide to bring my super carrots and hawk radishes back up to 10. I have to make sure I don't get too close to Digimon's house because of Greymon's trigger spot. And since Tanemon last consumed a hawk radish, I think it's most sensible to train speed for the time being. Hawk radishes boost the effects that you get from training HP, speed and defense, whereas super carrots boost the effects you get from MP, attack and brains. MP is useless, but attack and brains are not useless. HP, defense and speed are not useless. one thing that would be a good idea is to make the most of the fact that I have very high discipline, so that I can hopefully delay Tanemon from going to the toilet by an hour or so that she goes to the toilet less, which means that her weight goes down less. It's better to, well, if I'm trying to keep my weight up, it's better to use the toilet every 4 hours instead of every 3 hours, because then in a 24-hour period you would use the toilet, I think, 6 times instead of 8 times. But obviously we're not going to be awake for a 24-hour period because of the amount of sleeping that we're going to be doing. I won't always use the restaurant. I will sometimes use hawk radishes or super carrots instead, depending on what I'm training. And then once Tanemon gets to about 15 or so, I will then have to use Digi-Sea-Basses to prolong her life. And so by then, when she gets hungry, I'll mostly be feeding her Digi-Sea-Basses. So my weight was 32, so it is definitely going up. But I can't go too far with my speed, because I can't have it catch up with my attack. So this time I choose to give Tanemon a super carrot, and then I go back to training my attack. It's a shame that Frigimon was the only restaurant Digimon that I was really able to recruit, and that's down to the fact that there's no value in my MP going up. There is value in my speed going up, but 2 is a very small amount. Would have been better if it had been a Digimon like Miramon, because his most expensive foods boost your attack by 5 and your brains by 3. Tanemon, I think his foods boost defense by 5 and speed by 3. Garulamon's, I think, boost HP by 50, and I think boosts another stat as well. Vadamon, his food boosts all of your stats. And I now decide to record no further, but just before I stop, I show you what happens if you try to enter Digimon's house. There you see it, it triggers Greymon, and I'm going to cut forward until the grinding is done. Here we are, year 3, day 12. Tanemon is 33, weight is 96, happiness and discipline are in the positive, the virus gauge is still 1 away from being full, HP and attack are both at the maximum, whereas defense, speed and brains are all at 975, so very high. 0 tamer level, 4 raised Digimon, 34,000 bits, been playing for over 17 hours, I have the 2 rods plus 1 medal, the Digimon's the same, Gabumon, Yoramon, Tanemon, Palmon, Numamon, Muncimon. I have 1 medal, that's for catching 100 fish. The only card I have is of myself. I have 99 Digi-Seabasses, 98 medicines, 99 autopilots, 98 portable potties. I have to use Digi-Seabasses in order to keep Tanemon alive. Due to how old she is, I haven't been able to enter Digimon's house. I've had to rely on sleeping in order to be able to save. I'm going into the item bank to get all of the, well, to get some of the items that I consider to be useful for battles. Large recoveries, various protective floppies. I think that's good for now. And I'm very eager to be able to enter Digimon's house. So Greymon is the first Digimon that I decide to battle after doing all of the grinding, because I want the benefit of being able to use the save machine in Digimon's house. So here we go for what is by far our toughest battle so far in this challenge. Well, it's very satisfying to have succeeded against a Digimon like Greymon. And, well, despite the stats that I've got, my bubble attack was still doing very puny damage. And I don't know if your speed has any influence on the likelihood of Digimon blocking your attack. But regardless of whether or not it does, most of my attacks got blocked if the bubble wasn't hitting Greymon as he was doing an attack. But thanks to having all of the commands, you saw that I was able to pick defensive and then attack when Greymon was attacking, so that I would end up striking him when he was doing an attack, and therefore unable to block my attack. So, thanks to the commands I've got, you can see that I am able to get my Digimon to attack at the right time, so that my attacks are not just getting blocked all the time. The defense that I had meant that Greymon's attacks all did under 200 damage, and my HP meant that I was able to see the battle through without needing to use a ludicrous number of items. And having defeated Greymon, I will be able to recruit Carbuterimon if I was to gain access to Beetle Land. And here I decide to go to Dino Region and have another battle against another dinosaur Digimon, Tanemon being the opponent this time. And that reminded me, I haven't used a protective floppy yet. Tanemon went down a lot more easily, I would say. His attacks only did 1 damage, despite the fact that he did a couple of war cries. He doesn't have any finishes, so I sustained very little damage from the battle. And he was also less prone to blocking attacks than Greymon was, so I didn't have to rely as heavily on the timing of my attacks. By just repeatedly attacking the whole time, a fair number of my attacks were successful, and on the whole he went down more easily than Greymon did. The funny thing is that the Digimon that I battle do seem to vary when it comes to how easily they block attacks. Some block virtually every attack. Some are less inclined to block attacks, and then you get some where it's like 50-50 almost. And from getting into battles and experimenting a bit, I tried to make my best judgment on how best to go about attacking, be it to just repeatedly attack the whole time, or to do what I did when I was against Greymon, where I picked defensive and was very specific with when I attacked. The reason why I came here to the Dino region is because I wanted to speak to Tanemon as soon as possible and get the extension which enables me to carry 20 items instead of 10. So by defeating Tanemon and Meteormon, I would then be able to recruit Tanemon, and then I would be able to speak to Tanemon and get the extension that enables me to carry 20 items instead of 10. But since returning from the grinding, the only recruitment that I've made has been Greymon, which put me up to 26 prosperity points. I might have defeated Tanemon, but no recruitments have happened in the Dino region yet. But if we can defeat Meteormon, then we will then be able to recruit Tanemon. And I need to stop forgetting to use a portable a protective floppy at the very start of each battle. Or at least the battles where status harm might be a problem. There's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, but I speed the video up so that it's very brief for you viewers. Here it is. If I go through that at regular speed, then sometimes my game freezes, but if I go through it slowly, then that seems to prevent the game from freezing. So, since we've defeated Meteormon, if we return to Tanemon and speak to him, he'll join the city, and I believe that will bring us up to 28 prosperity points. And then, if I return to where Meteormon was, Tanemon will be there, and if we speak to him, then we'll get the extension which will enable us to carry 20 items instead of 10. I almost forgot about Tanemon. I was about to use an autopilot and then I thought, hold on, I need to speak to Tanemon. I prioritised Greymon first so that I could have access to Digimon's house and then the Dino regions so that I could get the extension and carry twice as many items, and then once I return to the city with an autopilot after speaking to Tanemon, I then go to the drill tunnel in pursuit of Miramon, because if you successfully defeat Miramon and then speak to Digivolving, he will join the city if you return to him 3 days later and speak to him again. But that's something that takes time because you need 3 days to pass. So the sooner I speak to Digivolving, the sooner I can get the ball rolling with the 3 days that need to pass. So I wanted to make sure that I go to the lava cave before the day ends so that I can speak to Digivolving on this day, so I'll be able to recruit him in 3 days' time from today, instead of speaking to him tomorrow and then having to wait 3 days from tomorrow. I thought that vitamin C sounded like an item that could be useful. Increases happiness and discipline and lowers tiredness. So I reserved that in the item bank. Attack chips are useless since I have maximum attack. HP chips are useless since I have maximum HP. Needless to say that MP chips are useless because this is a challenge where MP has no value at all. The only reason why my MP is as high as it is mostly down to the restaurant that I ate at. As for defense, speed and brains, I do plan to put a defense chip, speed chip and brains chip into the item bank, so one of each, and I plan to reserve them in the item bank, and there is a reason for that. They do have the potential to come in handy much later on into the challenge, but I don't want to comment too much on that. But I do want to put one defense chip, one brain chip and one quick chip into the item bank. But any more defense chips, brain chips or quick chips will be sold, and any HP chips, attack chips or MP chips will be sold. So thanks to Numamon, we're able to access the lava cave. Had it not been for him moving the boulder, then we wouldn't have access to this area. Now, I don't want Tanemon messing on the floor, because I don't want to be Digivolving to Sukamon. Then I choose to let Tanemon sleep. I'm going to wake up on the same day, so it's not going to sabotage things with Digivolving in any sort of way. And then I challenge Miramon. Here we go. Hey, I remembered straight away to use a protective floppy. Wasn't able to stop his finish. Looks like his finish is too far away from my attack range. So the only way I would stop a finish is if I start to use an attack when he's within my range, and then he moves to use a finish and goes out of range and starts to use a finish, and then the bubble that I used just a moment ago then ends up striking him. would be nice if I can see this battle through without the need of a HP recovery item. It's just, after the battle I'll need to give a sea bass to Tanemon, and that completely recovers HP and MP. So I need to give Tanemon a sea bass anyway, and that will recover HP and MP, so it'd be nice if I can see the battle through without the need of a HP recovery item. As long as he doesn't get another finish, we should be okay. But if we put aside everything that happened before the grind-in and focus on, you know, what's happened since the grind-in and what we realistically have ahead of us, I think that Miramon battle is probably one of the easier battles that I'm going to have. It was certainly easier than Greymon and Meteormon. Just his low HP, well, lower HP was helpful, and he seemed to be less prone to blocking attacks. Well, if we speak to Digimon, then we can get the ball rolling with him. We'll just have to return in 3 days' time and he'll be done drilling and he'll join the city after we speak to him. Since we've recruited Miramon, that does mean that when we have the necessary number of prosperity points, we'll have access to the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, which means that we'll be able to recruit Leomon. I think 45 prosperity points is the number that you need in order to be able to enter the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, and you have to have recruited Miramon as well, which we've done, and I think Miramon puts us up to 30 prosperity points, because when we returned from the grinding it was 24, we recruited Greymon, Tanemon, Miramon, that's 30 prosperity points, and I don't think I'm overlooking a Digimon, so I think we're at 30 prosperity points at the moment.